Big night here tonight. Good crowd on hand. Nick Johnson is in uniform. The Cubs are here as well. And it's always fun when the Cubs are here. Here come the Cubs, 54-47. They've fallen out of first in the Central. They're a game back in the wild card. Kosuke Fukudome followed by Andres Blanco at short. Derek Lee at first. Aramis Ramirez at third. Milton Bradley in right. Alfonso Soriano is back in the lineup. Mike Fontenot's at second. Coy Hill continues to catch. And Carlos Zambrano will hit ninth.
Well, I guess we could say, Rich, fresh off his 3-game suspension, Burke Badenhop ready to go. We've talked about his last start, his only start this year in Philadelphia.
And his first pitch sinks away from Fukudome.
I asked John Baker how he would handle Burke Badenhop in this game starting. He said, we may try to use a few more off-speed pitches, a few more change-ups. He said a lot of times when he comes into games, we've seen him so many times, third, fourth inning, mostly fastballs and sinkers and sliders. So he said he may try to incorporate a change-up now and then.
1-1 on a pesky hitter right now. Fukudome had a lot of deep counts last night, especially against Chris Volstad. Very good after the All-Star break. Fukudome pulls out of there on that swing, and the count is 2-2. Badenhop was a starter last year. He was 1-3 with a 6.75. Again, we've got our high center field camera tonight. That fly ball is slicing out of play. Defensively, new look, obviously, with a new Marlin.
Well, we'll check it out. And the defense, as you check in on the Marlins, in the outfield, Coughlin, Ross, and Hermida, no changes there. The infield, yes, Cantu moves over to third. There's Nick Johnson, the first baseman. Hanley and Uggla up the middle. John Baker behind the plate.
Two coming. The splits for Badenhop last year, the starter role, he was a 6.75 ERA, 1-3. As a reliever, though, a 3.12. And he certainly has found his stride this year out of the bullpen. The one start that you noted was a good one in Philadelphia. He beat the Phillies. But he has walked Fukudome.
Yeah, and again, Fukudome seeing a number of pitches. Last night in his first AB, he saw 10. In his second at bat, he saw 9. So when Lou Piniella made the switch, it's been a successful one. Fukudome at the top of the order and Soriano moving down to number 6.
Lou doesn't have a traditional base stealer in Fukudome. He is 6 for 14 in stolen bases this year. Blanco getting the start and switch hitting shortstop. Terrio the night off.
When you don't, and most managers will do this, when you don't have that pure base stealer or two, you'll use the hit and run a little bit more. I don't know if Lou has that up his sleeve right now, but he has a couple of ingredients to work at that with Blanco and Fukudome.
The skipper, Lou Piniella, in year number 3 in Chicago, manager of the year last year with a 97-65 record. Has guided the Cubs to the postseason in both of his seasons. Marty Foster is calling balls and strikes, and that was a strike, and it's 1-1.
Well, the Cubs finishing off last night a loss, but a terrific month of July. 18-9 in the month of July.
And it really got going after the All-Star break. 11-4 since the All-Star break. Fukudome's at first. Little chopper wide of Nick Johnson. So the dynamics of the Marlins infield have changed rather dramatically. You've got Johnson, a lefty, and a very good first baseman. Cantu over at third base, who also has turned into a very good first baseman. And the Marlins are hoping that he can carry some of that momentum across the diamond.
Yeah, he told me right now the throwing will be the thing he'll have to concentrate on most.
There's a ground ball slowly hit. Ugla gets an out there, and that's it. If you'll remember last year, Cantu's issues were throwing issues, and they were early. As the season went along, he got better at third.
I think we've seen him make accurate throws from first. He's going to have different angles going after pop flies, but there's no question as the season went on last year, he improved and became a better third baseman the second half of the season.
And remember, he had never played third. He was a second baseman by trade. Derek Lee stands in. One of the saving graces for Cantu is the fact that Johnson is going to be at first base. No slight to Mike Jacobs, but Jake wasn't a slick fielding first baseman, and Johnson is.
Hey, to put it simply, Nick Johnson's a better first baseman, a much better first baseman than Mike Jacobs. No stranger, certainly, to this ballpark.
No.
Is Nick Johnson.
Or this division. In fact, even when he wasn't in the National/Expos organization, he played in this ballpark for the Yankees in the 2003 World Series. Hopper looking for ground balls tonight. And it's 2-1.
And anytime the Hopper has success, it's because he has good movement, keeps that sinker down, gets ground balls.
It's got a Cubs team that can wait you out. They can grind out the at-bats. Lee fouls it off, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, we've seen Fukudome do that, Derek Lee, Ramirez.
Milton Bradley's real good at that.
Milton Bradley, certainly. About the only real free swinger is Soriano, and he's been unbelievably hot.
Blanco has a big lead at first. And the Hopper thought he had one there.
Pretty good slider. Home plate umpire Marty Foster. Let's see where Foster thought it was. Low, and it was.
He's a big man.
Yep, it was low. Let's see if Blanco's on the move. 3-2-1 out.
He's running, and Lee bangs it wide of third. Cantu over there to get it. Mike Quade, the third base coach.
You'd kind of hope, doesn't always work out this way, that Jorge Cantu can get a couple of routine plays under his belt before he gets really tested.
I thought for sure the first ball of the night was going right to him. It usually works that way. Blanco's running. Lee fouls it back.
You know, in a strange way, and at least to this point, things could change in a year. But right now, with Burke Badenhop on the mound, the Hopper has been the best part of the Miguel Cabrera Dontrelle Willis trade to the Detroit Tigers.
And that's an amazing thing to say.
Cameron Maybin is going to be here. He went down to the minor leagues. He has done extremely well.
Blanco running. Lee lifts it out into right field. Long run, Hermida, and it lands in front of him. Blanco a left turn, and on to third he goes. Derek Lee with a base hit, and that sets the table for Aramis Ramirez.
Well, a pretty good pitch. A little smile there from Derek Lee because he knows he fought off a good pitch, a sinker, two-seamer in, and he's strong enough that he was able to just drop it in front of Jeremy Hermida. Pretty good base running by Blanco. He realized and picked up the ball. He had to pick up the bag, though. Realized it dropped and got over to third. But you think about that trade, Andrew Miller has yet to prove that he can be a consistent pitcher at this level. Mike Rabello did not work out last year.
Maybin, probably of the prospects, has had the best numbers in terms of minor league numbers. And very encouraging to see what he's done this year.
And when he gets healthy, I think Andrew Miller needs to put together good minor league numbers before he comes back.
0-2 with Blanco at third and Lee across the diamond at first. Ramirez, one of the hottest Cubs. A little slide piece, and it's drilled into right center field. That's going to land on the track. Lee is chugging around third. They're going to send him. Play at the plate. Ugless throw. He is safe. Baker got his foot out there and disrupted Lee's slide, but he got enough of the plate, and the Cubs have a 2-0 lead.
You talk, Rich, about Aramis Ramirez, a 9-game hitting streak. He's 18 for his last 34. A slider, he stays back on it, shows his power, which he has, to the opposite field, and picks up 2 RBIs. I think the only guy who might be hotter is Matt Holliday now with the St. Louis Cardinals. Derek Lee, with that awkward slide, was able to get the hand on the plate. You see the left leg of John Baker trying to block him off, but Lee got his hand on the plate.
That was a great job by Bake. He almost knocked Lee off the plate. Milton Bradley now.
The tough part for Freddie, if things get out of hand early, he doesn't have a Burke Badenhop to go to.
Bradley, the switch hitter, was 1 for 3 last night. Still 1 out. Ball gets by Bake. Runner going to third. Throw from Bake ends up in left field. Runner comes home and scores.
Well, that's a shame because the Marlins had the out right there. Frustrated is John Baker. He was able to get back, get the ball. There was hesitation on Ramirez's part, and by the time he decided to go to third, he was going to be dead. And John Baker had it. You don't even see Ramirez in the picture, and the throw sailed, and on the error the Cubs get another run.
Well, the Marlins had played so well defensively going into last night's ball game. Ugla made an error last night. Baker gets an error here. Bradley fouls it at the plate. 2-2. And the Marlins have fallen in a 3-0 hole before Carlos Zambrano has thrown a pitch. In fact, at this pace, Carlos Zambrano will see a pitch before he throws a pitch. I think he went around. Tough to check your swing when the bat flies down to first.
Well, now it's time to regroup. Give the Cubs 3 early runs, and you mentioned Zambrano is one of the game's toughest.
Here is Soriano now. As Tommy noted, Soriano on quite a roll. After the All-Star break, a .400 average, 5 homers, 15 RBIs. That's in 15 games. Back to Badenhop, picks it up, flips over to first. 29 pitches for Badenhop in the first.
playing left field. Chris, for you, BC. Dude, where's my car, Coughlin. Batting second, playing first base, Nick Slick Johnson. Batting third, playing shortstop, Hanley, I'm the man, Ramirez. Batting fourth, playing third base, Jorge, anything you can do, I can too. Batting fifth, playing second base, Dan, I have huge biceps, Ugla. Batting sixth, playing right field, Jeremy One Speed Hermida. Batting seventh, playing center field, Cody, the fan favorite, Ross. Batting eighth, playing catcher, John, I dig myself, Baker. Batting ninth, pitching for us, Burke, Dragonfly Badenhop.
Chris Coughlin leading off with both the lineups and in the lineup. And Carlos Zambrano has run the count to 1-1. Coughlin chops one out towards second. Fontenot takes care of it. The Marlins are up against a tough customer here. The excitable Carlos Zambrano.
He's a guy who has good stuff. There's no question about it. He's an aggressive pitcher. Attacks the strike zone with heavy sinkers, good hard sliders. And we know he can hit.
Yeah. And here is the first AB for Nick Johnson. He takes outside. Nick Johnson, 30 years old. He will turn 31 in mid-September. Out of Sacramento, California. And he has a great eye at the plate. Always among the league leaders in on-base percentage. His on-base percentage this year over 400. Biggest challenge for Nick has been health. He had an awful broken leg at the end of the 06 season, which kept him out all of 07.
Took a long time to heal.
Yes, it did. Multiple operations. A wrist injury as well last year. But this year, a very healthy year. And part of a actually very good Washington offense. The Washington Nationals, as a team, are having a good year offensively. It sounds strange to say, but they're 5th in the National League in batting average, 6th in the National League in runs scored.
And the Marlins are going to see a little new look Nationals at the top of the order with Niger Morgan and Guzman. They've been on fire. Josh Willingham has come alive and has been driving in runs. Certainly Adam Dunn is tough. So there's Nick Johnson at his best, drawing a one-out walk and getting Hanley to the plate.
Hanley last night 1 for 4. Goes after the first pitch and puts it in the bullpen.
One thing that Burke Badenhop has to file away after that first inning. Remember the base hit by Derek Lee was just a fluke. Didn't hit it well. The hardest hit ball was Ramirez's double, and then the other run came in on an error, an unearned run. So he didn't pitch that badly, so he has to realize that. He got the last 2 outs too.
Oh, 2. Hanley against righties is the best in the National League. He's the best in the National League, period, in terms of the batting race right now. Coming in at 344. There's a new guy in second place, Pablo Sandoval of the Giants. He is now at 327, at least starting play tonight. 1 point ahead of David Wright, who was 1 point ahead of Miguel Tejada. 327, 326, and 325. Hanley at 344. Count 1-2. Is that old Warren Zevon song, like Excitable Boy, they all said? That's something that whenever you face a guy like Zambrano, if you can somehow get under his skin or get his emotions involved in the game, it can help you. Not easy to do because, as Tommy said, his stuff is so good. Hanley drives that ball out to left center. Fukudome enters the picture and makes the catch. 2 outs. Here comes Cantu. Here comes the Cubs defensively.
Let's check it out for Chicago with Soriano back in there and left, Fukudome and Bradley. Good speed in that outfield. Ramirez and Derek Lee. Good hands. Blanco and Fontenot up the middle. And Coy Hill once again behind the plate.
Cantu takes inside. Third baseman, Jorge Cantu. A home run last night, 3 walks last night. On a Super Saturday, it is disco night, and so slap an afro on everyone and give them the colored glasses, and away we go. I thought that's what you were referring to when you said free swinger early in the game. That whole era is the whole disco scene. Last night, Jorge Cantu deposited one of the blue seats.
And I don't think the switch will affect Jorge Cantu. He's enough of a pro. Switching positions isn't going to affect his offense.
Zambrano busts him in on a 2-1 pitch, and it's 3-1. They even slapped an afro on Billy. Did everybody in a disco have an afro?
No, no.
I mean, Jim Holley was there.
Jim Holley did not.
Cantu has drawn 4 walks in the last 2 nights.
Yeah, last night a home run, 3 walks, and all of a sudden you make Zambrano work, you get under his skin a little bit, and that's how you can attack him.
This was the meltdown this year where he thought they had an out at the plate. He bumped the umpire, and then he threw the umpire out. He made Lou Piniella crack a smile at home plate, but then he busted up the Gatorade dispenser. Look at Larry Rothschild. Don't get your hand in there, Larry. That's dangerous. That was cool. That Gatorade dispenser was old school in the Cubs.
He kind of went crack-a-lack on the Gatorade.
He did. Brought Dwayne Wade to tears. Zambrano misses outside. And Ugla now is going to sit on a 2-0 pitch. Runners first and second. Zambrano, you can see.
Boy, he's starting to get steamed. He's steamed it himself. He can't throw strikes right now, and he's struggling with his control. And the pitch count's getting up there. He's thrown 21.
Ugla is 0 for 6 in his career against Zambrano. Buries a fastball for a strike, 3-1. Does Ugla get the same pitch?
If he doesn't, he should be looking for the same pitch.
Lost him, and they're loaded for Hermida. And here comes Larry Rothschild.
Well, Rothschild's job right now is to not relay any pitching things. He's just out there to try to calm him down. I'm sure they're not talking about mechanics. They're not talking about any of that. He's just trying to calm him down.
How many times has Lou turned to Larry and said, "Come out there and calm him down"?
You go talk to him.
So Hermida now, the bags are loaded. There are 2 outs.
This is where the Marlins need a big hit to get back in this game early.
And this is a good guy to have at the plate in one sense. Hermida does have pretty good plate discipline. So if Zambrano continues to struggle with his control, in most cases Jeremy doesn't go out of the zone. Two hits last night. Hermida, ground ball. Derek Lee on his knees. Zambrano is there. Gold Glove winner multiple times at first. Zambrano pumps his fist as he gets to first, and the Marlins kept off the board. Were it not for a terrific play by Derek Lee, it would not be 3-0. But the Cubs hang on to their lead, and Hopper goes back to work. Bottom third of the order: Fontenot, Hill, and then Zambrano. Marlins leave them loaded in the first. And Fontenot sneaks that one inside the bag. Hermida picks it up. Fontenot on his way head first with a double.
One of the few guys that has really been struggling as of late. Fontenot 3 for his last 30 before that 2-base hit. And we talked about it a little bit last night. It's a ball club that's been playing much better at home than they have on the road. The Cubs come into this game 7 games under 500 away from Wrigley.
Here's Coy Hill now, Cubs catcher.
You know, the dynamics of the bottom of the order changed completely with Zambrano, the number 9 hitter, the pitcher.
Yeah, it's not. Oftentimes pitchers, especially when they find themselves struggling, can get themselves righted just skimming through the bottom of the order. Get the 8 hitter out, then you got the pitcher. But as the Marlins know, Zambrano can swing the stick. Hill pulls the ground ball, and that's going to set up Zambrano's at bat with a runner in third and 1 out. You can enjoy the best seats in the house with the all-new 4-game premium seat plan. The 4-game premium seat plan is available for a limited time only. Get the VIP access you deserve. 1-877-MARLINS or visit marlins.com for details. I wish Harry Carey were still here and he could comment on that first guy's hat.
Notice with Hill, by the way, pulling the ball, you might not think about that if you were a hitter, if you had another type of hitting pitcher coming up. But the infield in, even though it's early in the game, Freddie Gonzalez just doesn't want the Cubs to get another run.
All right, Zambrano has 19 career home runs, 22 career doubles, 3 homers this year, driven in 7. He's used as a pinch hitter a lot, and he hits a ground ball with Hanley in. That won't get it done. Our weather tonight brought to you as always by Mikasuki. Come play our way. 89 degrees, darn near perfect.
What a gorgeous night. Good crowd, village people after the game.
Yeah, lots of Cubs fans back out, and they're energized with 3 runs in the first. Fukudome started that inning by walking.
We talked about the Cubs having gone 18-9 in the month of July. The only team better, how about the Philadelphia Phillies, went 20-7 in July.
How about the start of Cliff Lee last night?
Yeah, they got that 20th win of July last night, a 5-1 win in San Francisco, and their newly acquired left-hander Cliff Lee pitched a complete game
and flirted with a no-hitter at the knees.
9 innings, gave up 4 hits, a run through just 109 pitches.
There's Fontenot. Three and one.
Yeah, this is a team that it's tough to nibble to because they have a lot of guys that'll just lay off those pitches.
Like this guy, Fukudome. So he's aboard, and it's Blanco now that Badenhop will face.
42 pitches already for the Hopper. That was not in the game plan of Freddie Gonzalez and Mark Wiley.
By the way, the Phillies are back in San Francisco tonight. They face Tim Lincecum, who is 11-3 with a 2.30 ERA. Joe Blanton going for the Phillies. If you're a Marlin fan and you're looking at that game, you're pulled in a couple directions. Yeah, you'd like the Phillies to lose. Marlins 6-pack in the East, but you'd also like the Giants to lose because the Giants are tied for the wild card lead with Colorado. The Cubs were leading the Central until last night. Marlins knocked them out of that lead, and it knocked the Cubs into the wild card race, and that's the way it seemingly is going to be in the Central, with both St. Louis and the Cubs all geared up for what should be quite a 2-month race.
Boy, this is a guy that you have to throw strikes to because you've got Lee, Ramirez, Bradley to follow. So Andres Blanco getting the spot start. He's started about 20 games this year. And all of a sudden, Hopper can't find the strike zone to the 2 lefties, Fukudome and Blanco, sets the stage for Derek Lee. And it was Derek Lee who hit a grand slam in one of those games at Wrigley Field, hit it against Ricky Nolasco.
When a guy like Badenhop finds his niche in the major leagues, and he has, as a versatile bullpen guy, and that is an emergency guy. He can get him up, get you 3 innings maybe. He always gives a much different look than the pitcher that he replaces.
Seems to come out of the bullpen, boom, 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 lots of strikes. There's so much time in between that he thinks about things. The whole routine is different. And there's something to be said, I think, about the routine, because every player has a routine, be it a pinch hitter. We talk about Helms and Globe, a starting player, a starting pitcher, a bullpen guy. They all have their routines.
Let's hope Derek Lee doesn't fall into one of his routines. He lashes one into left field. Coughlin cuts it off. 2 Cubs will score.
Yeah, you just can't keep giving the Cubs opportunities and allowing their best hitters to get to the plate.
Five nothing.
Derek Lee's already been huge in this game. There's a sinker down and in. He adjusts. He's gotten 2 hits, and he made a nice play to clean things up at the top half of the inning, bottom half for the Marlins.
Yeah, stole a hit from Hermida with the bases loaded. Now Ramirez with a 1-0 count. The only saving grace for the Marlins is that there's a day off on Monday. There are a couple arms that Freddie would like to stay away from tonight. Guys that have worked a lot lately. Up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Ramirez drives in his 3rd run of the night. Milton Bradley coming up. Mark Wiley checking on the status of Sanchez down in the bullpen. Brendan Donnelly has worked a lot of games in a row. Dan Meyer as well. 3 games in a row to be exact for both those guys. And so they're essentially off limits tonight. So whoever comes out of the pen first is out of the pen and in there for a while.
And it's a pen, with the exception of Brian Sanchez, who's definitely going to give Freddie more than 1 inning, that is made up of a lot of 1-inning guys, with the exception of Burke Badenhop when he's down there.
And the Marlins are certainly hoping that a guy like Sean West can get back into that groove that he was on when the Marlins brought him up first, or that Andrew Miller can get healthy and get his act together as well, because the Marlins need a 5th starter. There's no question about that. Bradley's simply waiting Badenhop out.
And I'm sure a lot of Marlins fans are saying, well, why is he still in there? Why is Badenhop still pitching? There aren't a lot of choices at this point.
Even Sanchez isn't built for more than 1 inning.
He's going to give you a couple,
because he was a 1-inning guy when he started the year in New Orleans. He was closing games, going an inning at a time. Milton Bradley's aboard. Here comes Soriano, and that's it. Freddie comes out. He's going to make the move down to the pen. A tough night for the Hopper. The Cubs chase Burke Badenhop. having a good time. Our Geico quote from John Baker: when that gate opens, it doesn't matter who's coming out. I know they're going to do a good job. Baker referring to the Marlins bullpen. And he's hopeful that his Geico quote rings true tonight, because the Marlins, if they have any hopes of winning this ball game, need 2 or 3 at the very least from Brian Sanchez.
And in order to do that, he's going to have to keep the pitch count down. And his first assignment is facing Soriano with the bases loaded.
Soriano's 0 for 1. Sanchez is out in front, 0-1. Derek Lee, Ramirez, Bradley, four walks by Badenhop. That part of his undoing.
Soriano, since he's been put in that number 6 spot in the order by Lou Piniella, has responded by hitting .377 his last 18 games.
And that's always been a point of contention with Soriano. In the air, Hermida. Cubs score 3 more, chase Badenhop, and open up a 6-0 lead. Produced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Well, Carlos Zambrano has a 6-run lead in his back pocket. He had a 3-run lead in the first and walked the bases loaded. Ross digs in and takes a knee-high strike. Cody, Baker, and then Sanchez.
I'm sure Larry Rothschild, Lou Piniella, they want to see Zambrano come out and have better command than he had in the first inning, especially with a 6-0 lead.
Cody Ross pops it over towards Lee, and there's 1 out. Zambrano and the Marlins met on May 3rd. That was a Ricky Nolasco start. Zambrano left after 5 innings when he pulled a hamstring, so to speak, trying to beat out a bunt.
Which he did. He got a bunt single. He was successful, but the end result wasn't a good one. He had to go on the disabled list.
Super Saturday on the 15th, post-game concert with Stephen Curtis Chapman following a fireworks spectacular, all presented by American Fasteners. See the Marlins take on the Rockies. A Marlins pennant flag courtesy of South Florida Ford dealers. 1-877 Marlins.
Rich, I'll tell you another thing about a game like this, and with Badenhop not going very long, how it affects tomorrow's game. Because you know Freddie's going to have to utilize the bullpen and use many pitchers. So tomorrow's start by Ricky Nolasco becomes important. You hope Ricky goes deeper into the game because you don't have Badenhop for early in the game, and you've got some guys you'll probably want to stay away from.
Off day on Monday and then up to Washington, D.C. Well, that's got to be strange for Nick Johnson. Going right back to Washington.
I think he got a round-trip ticket. You know, he had trouble. I thought of this when I found out he was having trouble with a direct flight out of Pittsburgh because the Nationals were in Pittsburgh. That's because everybody else is flying out of Pittsburgh to go to other teams.
No seats available.
Half of the Pirates. They're on their way to Seattle, San Francisco.
Here's the 3-1. 3-2. Sanchez with a high fastball strikes out. Fontenot gets him out, and don't throw a lot of pitches.
Yeah, that's your assignment, Brian Sanchez. And for the most part, Sanchez has done a nice job in his role out of the bullpen.
Coy Hill now, and he takes outside. Sanchez, born in Beaumont, raised in Nederland, Texas, and went to Lamar University.
You know, a former Marlin who went to Lamar University, Kevin Millar.
That one foul back to the screen. Giovanni Soto, of course, the fine young catcher of the Cubs. Cubs awaiting his arrival off the disabled list. Until then,
this guy's been a workhorse.
It's all Coy Hill. This is his 22nd consecutive start. And in that span, Jake Fox has caught all of 6 innings. Inside corner. Sanchez strikes him out.
Saw a really interesting note on the Cubs side with Coy Hill starting all those games. 22 straight now. The last Cubs catcher, this is pretty amazing. The last Cubs catcher to catch that many in a row was back in 1989. Damon Berryhill.
Carlos Zambrano bounced out his first time up. His numbers are quite amazing. The 19 career homers. Do you realize in 583 Major League plate appearances, he's walked 6 times? I mean, 6 times.
He doesn't get cheated. He'll swing at anything.
583 plate appearances. That's amazing.
So you think about that plate appearance, he's got about 540 at bats, which is about the equivalent of a year, a season. And he has 19 home runs.
Rolls it into center field. Zambrano with his 12th hit of the season.
And he has 3 of those 19 home runs this year. Just out of the reach of a flying Dan Uggla. Is that part of the Village people?
Fan club.
See, that's part of the Village people fan club.
You got the cop,
got the construction worker, the Native American.
How many Village people are there?
I don't know. I think they've grown in numbers over the years.
Was the mailman always part of the act, or is that new?
I think they have a FedEx guy now too.
See, nothing but bad can come of this conversation.
One of their big songs, In the Navy. They're all getting calls.
Sanchez strikes out Fukudome, and aside from the Zambrano single, Ryan Sanchez has looked good. 6-1 Cubs. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. Good news with Matt Lindstrom coming back to the fold here today. Pretty quick recovery considering he went down with that right elbow strain, the DL, on June 24th. They said he might not throw for, up to 3-4 weeks. He was throwing after 10 days. He did tell me one key for him now is to be careful in the weight room. He changed his workout routine. He's told me he's working more with bands now and range of motion for the rotator cuff and less on pumping iron, bicep work. He said you really have to think maintain, not gain. He must have gotten that from Paul Fournier during the season, because that's the key for him. He's always been a type of guy to push it, and even after working a couple days in a row, hit the weights, and naturally you're going to be a little sore the next day. So he changed that a little bit, less lifting, and he feels good. And he obviously said he has a lot to prove, not only to the team but to himself as he comes back, not in the closer role to start out.
Thanks, Craig. It's going to be an interesting transition for Lindstrom. And this is the type of game where the Marlins sure could use an inning or two from Lindy. Hanley, out. Well, the last thing Carlos Zambrano wants to do is hit Hanley Ramirez with a 6-1 lead and wake up the proverbial napping dog.
Well, that's right. And if there were a couple of Marlins maybe starting to nod off, now you do wake up, because you don't want your best player, your all-star, your league's leading hitter, to have to leave the game. A 94-mile-an-hour two-seamer. Hanley gets that left leg. He gets it. Once he plants it down, it's hard to move. He tries to slide out of the way, but it looked like the ball caught him somewhere above the knee. That's good news. It looked like it caught him more on the thigh than on the knee, but he's still limping. And that's the good news. If that ball is a little lower and hits him on the knee, and boy, you open yourself up for all kinds of damage. So good to see Hanley.
We must note, because of last week, there was no warning issued by Marty Foster, the home plate umpire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, because you try to. Yeah, that's why you look at that situation in L.A. You try to look at the situation in the game.
It's almost the same situation.
Yeah, and there's no need to hit anybody at that time. You saw Bonifacio on the stationary bike just in case, getting his legs loose.
Cantu drives one to left center, hits it pretty well. Soriano, Fukudome, and it's Soriano who makes the catch.
But I think we've clearly seen some early wildness from Zambrano.
And I'm talking game situation. The situation with Weaver was pretty obvious. He threw at Hanley once and missed him, and then hit him on the second pitch.
Yeah.
Ugly now. Dan walked back in the first. A low strike. 0-1. Zambrano is such a burly pitcher. I mean, broad shoulder, broad chest, thick in the arms, that it almost looks like he pushes the ball to the plate.
Yeah. It was last week, wasn't it, that Matt Garza hit Mark Teixeira? And you know what? I admired his honesty. He basically was honest about it, because a couple of Rays had been hit, and Matt Garza basically admitted that, yeah, he was throwing at him.
He got fined. He did not get suspended.
He got fined for honesty. What kind of a society do we live in?
Whereas the Hopper spent 3 days under house arrest. Ugly swings and misses.
That was the second one. And then, of course, an inning or two later, Orlando Hudson was the victim.
The high fives when he got back to the
dugout. That might have given it away a little bit.
A nice touch.
I think that gave it away a little bit. Well, I wonder what Lou Pinella's coming out here now. I think he sees something. We've talked about it. This does not look like a usual Carlos Zambrano. The strikeout of Dan Uggla was his first in the game. He's walked 3. He's hit a batter. He doesn't look comfortable out there. And so maybe Lou's picked something up on that. And that's why he's gone out to chat with Zambrano and not Larry Rothschild. You also have, I think a lot of people don't realize that Lou Piniella could converse with Zambrano in Spanish too. So that may be a little easier for him.
Lou's ancestry is from Spain. And he grew up, of course, in Tampa. Oh, and 1. Hanley is still down at first base with a sore leg.
The best way to loosen up that leg is a ball in either gap, and Hanley comes in to score from first base.
Gingerly down to second. Count evens at 2-2.
That's kind of how Zambrano's been so off tonight. He's made some good pitches and then some that haven't even been close.
If you're just tuning in, it's 6-1. Cubs on top. 3 runs in the first, 3 runs in the second. Bert Badenhop did not get out of the second inning. Ryan Sanchez has gone an inning and a third. Marlins left the bases loaded in the first. Hanley's been hit by a pitch. He's at second. And it's fouled back.
Well, the Marlins got a nice 2-out base hit. RBI single by Chris Coghlan in the second inning. Looking to get the same from Jeremy Hermida here.
Wow, Zambrano's all over the place.
Yeah.
As we showed you, he injured his leg trying to hustle out a bunt when the Marlins saw him in Chicago. That put him on the disabled list. The last thing the Cubs need is another starter on the disabled list, with Ted Lilly already on the shelf. Hermida goes out of the zone and fouls it back.
Zambrano coming off a good month of July as well. We talked about the whole team. 3-1 in July with a nice 2.63 ERA.
Hermida up the middle into center field. That's going to deliver a run. Hanley's leg looks okay. He slows down as he scores 6-2.
Baby steps. Marlins have been able to peck away each of the last 2 innings, getting a big 2-out RBI single. One from Coghlan, that one from Jeremy Hermida. Right back off the mound. No sharpness in the slider of Zambrano. It's another thing that he doesn't have working for him tonight. Hanley, a little gimping right here. I think it bothers him more when he starts to slow down, but he's able to come in and score. And now it's just a 4-run game.
Cody Ross. Breaking ball strike. Ross popped out in his first at bat. And Zambrano gets a generous strike.
Yeah, and you usually don't see the generous call when the guy's all over the place on the mound. borderline, but usually you get that when you're around the plate.
0-2. Ross strikes out. And you better be careful that he doesn't get tossed out by Marty Foster. Marlins get a run. And it's 6-2. Last Cub to get 200 hits in a season.
Wow, let's see. It depends on how far back you have to go. It could be a Ryan Sandberg. Go way back.
Going back just a minute or so ago, Hanley Ramirez is headed to the clubhouse. Marlins down 6-2, and Hanley, hit by that pitch, is out. Bonifacio, just when you thought he was out of the lineup, he's back in.
Back in. You would have liked to have seen, because of his bat and because this game right now is just a grand slam away, you'd have liked to have seen Hanley try to stay in this game. But I would guess precautionary measures, try to get some ice on that, and hopefully get him ready so he can play tomorrow. If he's going to come out of this one now, you'd like to see him ready to play tomorrow.
Andres Blanco, Derek Lee, and Aramis Ramirez. Sanchez, who pitched an uneventful third, finished the second for Badenhop. Cubs bullpen is stirring to life. High pop, Bonifacio out, Ross is in, and Cody makes the catch. As we've suspected, Carlos Zambrano isn't all well. Jeff Samardzija, the former All-American wide receiver at Notre Dame. He is the Cubs hopper, so to speak. Here's Derek Lee.
Yeah, we've seen Derek Lee, when he gets on these streaks, starts getting base hits. He got off to a slow start, but you go back the last couple of months, he's been over a 300 hitter. He had a big month of July. Everybody had a big month of July for the Cubs.
Yeah, Lee, 9 home runs, 27 RBIs. And he has started August out 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs.
Good cutter. That ball has some good movement. Fastball from Brian Sanchez.
Sanchez has thrown 28 pitches.
Watch this ball. Starts about middle of the plate, and look at where John Baker finally catches it. I think you're surprised a little bit when you see Sanchez 91 hit 88, and then that last fastball 91.
A left knee contusion is the word on Hanley. So that's an indication that the ball caught a little more of his knee than his quad or his thigh.
I'll tell you what, it's an indication that there is certainly something wrong with Zambrano, with Lou Piniella having his bullpen work here, and the pitcher spot isn't even close to coming up. Plus the Cubs have a 4-run lead. You'd think he'd want to keep his starter in there to maybe get a W.
Derek Lee hits it deep. A leap at the wall by Coughlin. Ross will pick it off. And it's a double. And the Cubs star first baseman Derek Lee.
Boy, he's just locked in right now because Brian Sanchez made some good pitches. This ball just out of the reach. This is a tough wall to leap on. Can't quite get it. Double all the way for Derek Lee. He's 3 for 3.
Ramirez has 2 hits and 3 RBIs. Strike to Ramirez. No coincidence that the Cubs offense really started to click when this guy came back. Yet another one of the guys that the Pirates couldn't wait long enough on. Ramirez, young in his career when he was dealt to the Cubs. He had just had his first big year in the big leagues with Pittsburgh. Now in his 7th year with the Cubs.
This guy is quietly put together a tremendous career. He's been a run producer. Not this time. Good pitch by Brian Sanchez, but the last 6 years he's averaged 31 home runs, 105 RBIs. Good fastball, good spot, good location.
Milton Bradley. Good fastball by Sanchez. So the Cubs are into the Marlins bullpen, and it's obviously a short pen because the Marlins started a reliever anyways in Badenhop, and it looks like the Marlins are about to get into the Cubs bullpen with Jeff Samardzija. That'll be in the bottom of the 4th. So only 3 innings out of Zambrano.
And this is where it becomes so important as Samardzija gets loose to keep the Cubs at 6 runs. An important situation right here because the Marlins last 2 innings have been able to peck away and get 2 runs.
Struck him out. Bradley drops the bat, throws the helmet back, and strolls back out after getting rung up. Official sponsor of the timeout. Have I Honda, South Florida. Visit your South Florida Honda dealers online at sfhondadealers.com. Cubs jump to a 6-0 lead. Marlins have chipped away with single runs in the last 2, and it is Jeff Samardzija who comes out of the pen. Samardzija, the hard-throwing right-hander who chose baseball over the NFL.
After a great career at Notre Dame as a wide receiver. He's got terrific stuff. Good live fastball, slider, and splitter.
And Bake jumps all over that terrific stuff.
Yes.
Drives it off the wall and right. John on his way into second. And he's in there with his second double of the night.
Well, he's doubled down the left field line. This time he gets all over that first pitch fastball from Samardzija. And says, Notre Dame meet University of Cal. It's our checkers double, and it gets things going for the Marlins in the bottom of the 4th.
And Sanchez is up trying to bunt Baker over to third. This is a situation where the Cubs have one of the best first basemen in the game.
So you want to stay away from Derek Lee.
Samardzija goes 2-0. This is only the 3rd plate appearance for Sanchez.
Well, Samardzija, too, has spent time in the minor leagues this year. But he's back up. He can get wild. There's no question about that. Along with good stuff comes that wildness. Not an easy assignment with John Baker, the runner. But he's doing a nice job. A lot of guys will attempt to bunt at anything. So far, he's been patient, and on pitches that haven't been strikes, he's been able to take them for balls.
Marge is going to go to third, and Baker is history.
At that time, not a good attempt. He was trying to get it up the third base line. If you can make Ramirez, the third baseman, field it, you've got a chance. But this one on one hop right to Samardzija makes it an easy play, and Ramirez applies the tag.
So the Fish lose Baker. Sanchez is at first. Here's Conklin. RBI single in the second. Bounced out in the first. One and two. The Cubs trailing the Cardinals in the National League Central. The Cardinals tonight are locked up in a 1-1 tie with Houston, but that's nothing to St. Louis. A Matt Holliday home run accounts for their run. St. Louis has been
Terrific pitching matchup too in that game.
St. Louis has been coming back night after night after night, it seems.
Matt Holliday came into that game as a Cardinal, hitting .586, 17 for 29 with a home run and 6 doubles. And you said he's homered tonight.
Conklin goes down.
Number 20.
Respect the duck.
Well, we didn't throw out too many guesses, did we? We were guessing at the Village people. I think we got caught up in that.
It's easy to get distracted.
Hey, JP, Juan Pierre.
Easy to get distracted. And we've done some research. There was no postman in the Village people. Or postal carrier, excuse me.
Guy in the Navy hasn't gotten off the phone.
He just got back and he's got rollover minutes. Nick Johnson clubs one to left center. Sanchez around second, headed for third. Bo Porter's going to send it. Bryant around third, throw to the plate. He's in there. Johnson at third. He's out of there.
That's okay. Baby steps one more time.
So another run on the board. Welcome to South Florida, Nick Johnson. His first hit, his first RBI, and it's 6-3.
Presentado por KFC. Bueno, increíble batazo de
Our
Nick
Spanish
Johnson.
broadcasters tonight, Cookie and Raul. Hi,
Mitch,
guys.
Tommy, how are you?
We're good. We want to see you guys rocking with the Village people. I can picture that.
Awesome. After the game, after we win this game first.
Hey, if you guys were in the Village people, which one would you be?
I would be the manager.
That's a good one, Tony.
The agent. The agent.
Yes, sirree. They've made a lot of money.
Yeah, but you know what we've been trying to figure out. I don't remember a postman.
No, I don't.
Or the milkman.
I don't remember any of those, but that was way before my time. So I'll let you guys discuss that one.
Don't ask me. I wasn't born yet.
Hey, I like the way, Cookie, that the club is just pecking away. It got down early, 6 runs, and they've been pecking away.
Tommy, I think this ball club has done that all year. You know, we sometimes are behind in the first 3 or 4 innings, and then in the 6th, 7th inning we come close. Right now, Zambrano is out of the picture, so we scored 3 runs, and we're still in the ballgame. We're still right here, and then Nick Johnson producing one of those runs, and that's exactly what we were talking about, bringing him up here. Makes a big difference.
Soriano. All right, guys, have a good show tonight.
You too, guys.
Mike Fontenot, Coy Hill.
Boy, I think it's really important to see how Brian Sanchez pitches. First of all, he's getting extended tonight, innings-wise, pitch-wise, and he just finished scoring from first base on the double by Nick Johnson.
Soriano lifts one in the air to right. The other thing, Tommy, this is the point of the lineup where he jumped on. So Soriano sees him for the 2nd time. That's the first Cub to see him twice. And now Fontenot.
So he's already gone 2 2/3 innings. Came in to get an out in the 2nd inning. Pitched a nice 3rd, a nice 4th. Luis Ayala, former teammate of Nick Johnson's with the Nationals.
By the way, Matt Holliday is 2 for 2 with that home run.
Okay, 19 for 31 as a Cardinal. Not to mention the fact that Julio Lugo is hitting about 340. And Mark DeRosa has 7 home runs in 17 games as a Cardinal.
That's just got to kill Cub fans to see DeRosa in a Cardinal uniform.
I don't think it kills Red Sox fans that Lugo's hitting well, but it kills Cubs fans to see DeRosa hitting that well and in the same division.
But Lugo, you know, and Lugo is he's the type of player that really over time has thrived under Tony La Russa. Remember Felipe Lopez last year and how bad he was? Where was he? Washington? And then he goes to St. Louis and hits like 380 over the last month and a half. A versatile guy like that always seems to do well in St. Louis. Sanchez strikes out Fontenot.
6 strikeouts for Brian Sanchez. What a shot in the arm he has been for Freddie Gonzalez tonight.
Our Hyundai road ahead. Fox Sports Florida tomorrow. It's a 4:30 Marlins live, then a 5 o'clock first pitch Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in DC. Then it's on to Philly. Coy Hill takes a strike. Yeah, according to the first release by the Marlins PR department last night, the Marlins were going to send down Brett Carroll and Brian Sanchez. But as it turned out, about 10 minutes later, they corrected that. It was Gabby Sanchez and Brett Carroll, which is a good thing because Brian Sanchez has been a lifesaver tonight. Major League debut. Also look at the rehab from Tommy John surgery, and of course on to St. Louis and the All-Star game this year. Here's Bonifacio in the spot that was occupied by Hanley Ramirez. He faces Jeff Samardzija. A lot of things have changed. If you started to watch this game and saw the Cubs go up 6-0, you
hope you come back to us.
Well, if you have come back, I'm sure the viewer is saying, number one, where is Zambrano? Number two, where's Hanley? Hanley got hit on the leg by Zambrano and had to leave with a contusion of his left knee. Zambrano had stiffness in his back, and he had to leave for Samardzija.
You know, you usually equate stiffness in the back in an early April game in Chicago. You can't get loose. So it must have been something that had been bothering him before, because certainly you'd be able to get loose in this weather.
Full count now on Bonifacio. Zambrano for 3. Samardzija gave up 2 doubles. The Marlins had 2 runners thrown out at third base in the 4th inning. They did get a run. This is not that far away from being a 6-6 game. The Marlins had the bases loaded in the first when Derek Lee made a sprawling stop on a Hermida shot that saved a couple of runs. And then both Baker and Nick Johnson were thrown out at third, and Bonifacio amazingly draws a walk.
Got an opportunity to keep the line moving, put another run or 2 up on the board.
Kid Sunday, every home Sunday game will teach you a little bit more about baseball. Tomorrow, 4:30 on Fox Sports Florida for Marlins Live, a Kids Sunday.
How about the 3 1/3 innings by Brian Sanchez? That's a career high. The 6 strikeouts, a career high.
Cantu almost gets hit by Samardzija.
The Marlins had a game early July against Arizona. They were down at one point 7-0. Came back and scored 14 unanswered runs and won that game 14-7.
Cantu takes a letter high strike. Kid Sunday tomorrow on Marlins Live. David Sampson will be by, and he will have a stadium update. And so we'll get our first progress report after construction has begun on the new ballpark. Cantu drives it into center field. Fukudome is there.
See, to me, that would be a great science report or just a report for kids in South Florida to do a project on the new ballpark.
But one of the cool things about the webcam is you can go on Marlins.com, go to the ballpark section and find the webcam. Click on that. You can do a time-lapsed deal on there. So if you look at it, it might not look all that impressive with a few trucks and some dirt moved around. But if you do a time lapse over the last couple of weeks, you can see all the stuff that they've done in the course of that. And what will really be cool is in 2.5 years, when you get to close to opening day.
Yeah, when you start seeing stuff going up.
Is do that time lapse thing for about the 2.5, 3 year period. Count 1-1 to Uggla. It's one of the best things about coming to the ball game is you don't need a babysitter.
Bring the kids, take care of them. You can get a little bit older, you can carry on a conversation with them. And I don't think that's necessarily the case at other sports. Hard to do that in an NBA game. There's so much quick action going on. Hard to do that in an NFL game. So it's a great family outing, a baseball game.
Oakland now has run the count 3-1, and obviously baseball, of the 4 major sports, has the most affordable tickets. Unless you're going to Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
That's a whole different deal. 3-1 to Ugla with 1 out. Uggs had a rip of it, and it's 3-2.
Where were we just? Had to be on the West Coast.
San Diego.
We saw the
5 for 5.
That, but also we saw the parking prices was a very high item. Might have been San Diego.
Dodger Stadium.
But yeah, the 5 for 5. What was that? For $5, you got a hot dog. You got all kinds of stuff.
Hot dog, chips.
You had to buy your ticket.
Cookie, soda.
But for 5, you got a nice little snack.
3-2. Instead of throw over to first.
Of course, those decisions in this ballpark are not up to the Marlins.
No. Marlins don't control the concessions here. They don't control the parking here. Don't control the signage here. They're not the ones that say you can't bring an umbrella in here, or a broom for that matter. They're not responsible for the water that drips on my head occasionally.
Shorts out your computer.
Three and 2 to Ugla. Ugla may have gotten a break. Smarja kind of froze. Wanted that pitch.
Yeah, but again, see, with a little more experience, we saw Zambrano get a borderline pitch. That's a good angle. It may have just missed, but it was close. But with less experience, Smarja fairly new to the major leagues, and he has not shown pinpoint control, so he's not going to get that call.
But once again, the Marlins have an opportunity here to chip away. It was at one point a 6-run lead.
How about the fact that they have the tying run at the plate?
Samardzija misses outside. Well, Samardzija now at 34 pitches. And remember, Zambrano threw 78 in his 3 innings. So the Cubs are kind of in the same spot the Marlins are right now. Hermida off of Lee's glove into right field. Bonifacio will score. In the first inning, Hermida hit almost the same ball with the bags loaded and 2 outs. Lee made the play then. Marlins didn't get a run. This time, Bonifacio scores.
Well, I'm not even going to look. That should be a base hit. This ball was hit hard. Good top spin, backhand. Derek Lee. If Derek Lee, a 3-time Gold Glover, can't handle it, it's a base hit. So another big base hit and an RBI for Jeremy Hermida. And it all started with that leadoff walk from Bonifacio. And on the play, Dan Ugla scampered over to third base, too.
Cody Ross at the plate. "15 home runs this year, but he has not looked good in this series. He's 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. And the Cubs are at a point now where they're going to have to piece it together inning by inning. John Grabo in the bullpen. All
of a sudden, Smarja can't find the strike zone. See if Cody can really be patient. Get a nice fastball out over the plate. Pitch that he can get some good extension on and drive it.
Ground ball to third. Ramirez got it out there. Not there. The Marlins are within a run. I was surprised that Ramirez went to second, because if he goes home, he probably gets Dan Uggla. And that's a tough double play to turn.
Yeah, I was really surprised too. Not a sure double play. If it's a sure double play, he can go ahead and do it. The inning's over. But he has to step into foul territory, go way around the home horn. Good slide by Hermida, and Cody Ross beats it out, gets the RBI, and makes it a one-run game. And you're right, Ramirez had the play in front of him. If he goes to the plate, he gets Dan Uggla.
Baker, 2 doubles. Ball in the dirt. Ross to second.
Right now, Samardzija can only get his fastball over. He's missed with that splitter a couple of times, and I mean missed badly.
And I think Piniella, you saw Lou wandering down the steps of the dugout, and he wants his catcher to put Baker on. Now, here's the question. Glode is on deck. Graybo's ready in the bullpen, and so what Lou is saying, you'd rather have Graybo pitch to Glode than Samardzija pitch to Baker.
And also, Rich, remember with the moves that the ball club had to make last night after the game, Freddie Gonzalez now working with one less man on his bench. He has an extra man in the bullpen, but one less man on the bench. He's already had to use Bonifacio. So not a whole lot of room to match up, or if you name your pinch hitter, you can't pull him out. So you're right. That's what Freddie decides. Okay, I want Glode. If it's against Graybo, so be it.
Out comes Lou. Here's Arbaruni. Call to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call? Arbaruni!
In this ball game, and little by little they've done it.
Baby steps. RBI single by Chris Cogley. RBI base hit, Jeremy Hermida. RBI double by Nick Johnson, his first as a Marlin. An RBI base hit by Jeremy Hermida. And then this fielder's choice, good running by Cody Ross, beats it out. Another run comes in to score. Hey, it's 6-5 right now. It's a one-run game. How about that?
And it's a big moment here with Graybo against Glode. Goes after the first pitch, hits it in the air to right. Bradley is over, and he makes the catch. And Milton forgot that there were 2 outs in the inning.
That's not the first time this year that happened.
Marlins, though, within a run.
Countdown 189. They'll have a big concert after the game. This is the Village People Part 2 here with me. And here they are from Pembroke Pines. What's going on?
Hey, not much. How you doing today?
How'd you become the main chief of the group here?
The main chief? Well, I'm a big Florida State Seminole fan, so it just came natural.
You got the Marlin logo. Whose idea was this, guys?
That was my idea. I don't know. I just saw that they were coming like in a few months, and I was like, hey, we got to dress up like the Village People because they're the best band ever.
Guys, sit down. We'll continue the conversation here so we don't block anybody's way. So you all agreed on the parts, or what happened?
We all agreed on the part. I heard he wanted to do it, and he's a big fan of the Village People, and this guy was in. So I said, let's do it, because Super Saturdays are the best.
Now, our crack staff, they're Village People experts. They don't remember the mailman as being part of the group, or a milkman.
We had to do something. We had to make everybody a part of it, so we didn't want to have repeats. So what else can you do, you know?
Well, we had to add new people. It's 2009. We had to add new people to the Village People.
You staying for the concert? You looking forward to that too?
Definitely. I hope I get on stage.
Favorite song, Village People?
Macho Man.
In the Navy.
YMCA.
All right, that's 3 good ones. Good, guys. Thanks a lot for your time. All right. The Village People Part 2 over here with the milkman included. Back to you.
Ryan Terrio. Village People indeed. Ryan Terrio, the Riot.
Yeah, in a double switch when Lou made the switch with Graybo, he brought Terrio in to play short. Blanco moved over to play second.
Kiko Calero snaps off a good slider and strikes out the Riot. 1 out here in the 6th. Fish Friday on the 14th. Hold on here. Wrong card. Tomorrow's game is at 5:05. Cubs and Marlins. 5,000 duffel bags will be given out. 1-877 Marlins. And some chilled lemonade will be served as well. Dom DeLuise is here. Fukudome.
I'm bringing my outfit like that on the next road trip.
You know, they are super bad. The focus here has been on the comeback, and that one is off of Calero. Kiko picks it up, and the throw is not in time. But you also have to recognize what Brian Sanchez has done in this ball game. Bert Badenhop went just an inning and 2/3. And then Sanchez came out and went 3 1/3.
Boy, he kept everything in check. You know, if a pitcher doesn't do that and all of a sudden the Cubs add on, then it gets a little out of hand. But by doing that, the Marlins started to peck away. A run in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth. And all of a sudden we're sitting here at a 1-run game.
And both managers are going to have to piece it together. Because as we've talked about, most modern bullpens don't carry a hopper. They don't have a long guy.
And that's why he's become so valuable in that bullpen.
Andres Blanco. There's the bunt. No one's at first. Well, you got a couple of things happening here. You've got Johnson, a new first baseman, and Ugla at second. And I think they're both kind of looking at each other, thinking, was I supposed to take first?
Well, I think that's a play that Nick Johnson has to stay there. He has to realize right away that ball is back to the pitcher. And I think it was soon enough once he committed and got off the bag. Dan Ugla's too far away. You're not looking for a sacrifice in that situation. That was a bunt for a base hit because there already is 1 out. So I think a mistake that time. Nick Johnson, once you see that ball, you've got to get back to the bag as a first baseman.
Derek Lee is 3 for 3. And he's hit the ball hard.
Just looking at the scoreboard, Rich, I checked on a box score. There's been a lot of negative things happening in Pittsburgh, but there's an amazing feat going on tonight. Pittsburgh's leading Washington 11-4. Their young center fielder, Andrew McCutchen, is 4 for 4 with 3 home runs and 6 RBIs.
That's coming at the Washington Nationals' expense. Some of that damage coming at Logan Kensing's expense. Kensing's been charged with 4 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning. Didn't miss by much, and it's 2-1. Lee now at 68 RBIs, Cubs leader.
Last year, 20 home runs, 90 RBIs. He's already reached the 20 home run mark. Big part of the championship team in 03. 31 home runs that season.
Valero's gone 2-2. Kiko is certainly a guy that you would use probably for just an inning,
especially with the workload that he's had this season.
The problem for Freddie is that whoever he runs out there, he's kind of out there without a net, because you can't just
can't match up.
Right, you can't match up and bring a steady parade out of the pen.
Ooh, and Freddie said that before the game. He said this is not a night where I'm going to be able to match up. Boy, after all the sliders, that might have missed, but close. Valero tried to get Derek Lee, tried to freeze him with a good fastball.
As we told you, the Marlins would love to stay away from Brendan Donnelly, who was a year and a half removed from Tommy John surgery, and Dan Meyer. Both Meyer and Donnelly have worked in 3 consecutive games.
And remember, Freddie was forced to use Luis Ayala the other night in a situation where he didn't want to go to Raniel Pinto. And remember, Ayala had to come in and face Chipper Jones and Garrett Anderson and Brian McCann, and gave up that home run to McCann.
Let's see what the Cubs do here with pretty good speed at first and second. And a full count to Derek Lee. Swing and a miss.
I think some of the Marlins fans that are here are finally woken up. This is a nice night. Both crowds, the Cubs fans, the Marlins fans, they've gotten into this one. And that's a great pitch by Kiko Calero. Nasty slider to get a hot hitter in Derek Lee. And you got another hot hitter to deal with in Aramis Ramirez.
2 for 3, 3 RBIs. He's hit it 9 straight. And in those 9 games, he has 19 hits.
Like I said, the only other guy hotter is Matt Holliday.
19 for 36 is Ramirez. Fukudome, Blanco. Two. 0-2 coming. He got him. Kiko Calero gives up a couple hits, strikes out 3, and keeps it a 1-run game. '27th at the Fairmont Turnberry Isle Resort and Club in Aventura. Join Marlins players, coaches, and other celebrities at 6 for an exciting evening of fun. Make your reservation today, 1-877-MARLINS. John Graybo continues on now for the Cubs. Graybo took over for Jeff Smarja, and he retired Ross Glode to finish off the 5th. Coughlin. And Coughlin, did he get hit or did it just pop out of the glove?
I think it popped out of the catcher's mitt. There's also a situation now, if you're Freddie, you have to start looking ahead. You've got to save Ronnie Paulino, the extra catcher. So you only have one more bullet on that bench. Wes Helms, you have to pick and find the right spot to be able to get him. Ronnie, swing the bat well, but you got to keep that catcher around.
This is the type of night you're low on relievers, you're low on bench players, where you almost might see that guy.
You could.
Josh Johnson swing a bat. And of course, immediately following the game, inside the Marlins, Josh Johnson debuts. Graybo with a 3-2 coming. Coughlin fights it off. We saw the Cubs bullpen last night. The Marlins saw Graybo for an inning, Aaron Heilman, the Marlin killer, for an inning. But then Carlos Marmol came on, and things blew up. Marmol and Sean Marshall pitching that last inning for the Cubs. Coughlin rolls out. Blanco makes the play.
Breaks a stretch. The Marlins had a little string of 3 straight innings getting that leadoff man on base. When they did so, they were able to score.
Nick Johnson tonight has walked, bounced out, and has an RBI double, and that's exactly why the Marlins have acquired him, to do all of those things. Have deep counts, see a lot of pitches, hit line drives.
Yeah, on the year, he has 64 walks and 66 strikeouts.
The ironic thing about tonight is that Johnson was slotted in the lineup in front of Hanley to replace Bonifacio. And now that Hanley's out of the game, it's Bonifacio who's slotted behind Johnson, and he walks again.
Cubs have issued 7 walks in this game.
Lou Piniella,
he's going to make another double switch.
Get your scorecards ready. Guzman's coming in. 6-5 Cubs of Marooney. Call to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck, or van.
new ways to play. Log on to foxsports.com on MSN and join the next generation of fantasy football. 6-5. It's been a wild ride since the Cubs jumped all over Burke Badenhoff. The Marlins have chipped away. Lupinella has done about 8 double switches now. Jeff Baker ends up at second. And the right-hander, Angel Guzman, is on the mound. Guzman's number is pretty good. You look at the batting average against. Anytime it's under 200, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's another double switch, so Lupinella has Guzman in that number 2 hole, and Baker moves into the number 7 spot. And another pitch out of that bullpen that has good stuff. We talk about Samardzija with good stuff, Marmol, and Guzman the same.
Here's Bonifacio. He walked in his first at bat in the 5th. Hanley Ramirez was hit by a pitch by Carlos Zambrano and left the game. Zambrano certainly wasn't throwing at Hanley. He had enough trouble throwing strikes. But the fact of the matter was he came in and hit Hanley just above the left knee.
I think he had enough trouble trying to keep his back loose, eventually having to lead the game with back stiffness.
That's low, and it's 2-0 to Bonifacio. Here's the 3rd inning.
There's nowhere to go. So you see the reaction of Zambrano.
Yeah.
And where that ball was, just nowhere for Hanley to go to get out of the way. You can see him limping in as he came in to score, but clearly bothered, being attended to by Mike Kozak, and then I'm sure went in and got some ice on it immediately.
Bonifacio drew a walk in the 5th, and it's 2-0 now. That would be a strike.
A little familiarity for Nick Johnson over first base, chatting with Andy Fox, a couple of guys from the Sacramento area in California.
Well, you can add Derek Lee, who's standing over there, to that trio.
A whole bunch of guys
from Sacramento.
A whole bunch of guys over there. Look at them.
It's like a Sacramento reunion. Guzman, the 4th to work for the Cubs. Outside corner, 2-2.
Watch the toe tap. Big couple on that left foot, the front foot. Kind of just to get himself settled.
Everybody has their own routine. It's outside, runner goes, and Nick Johnson is out. It took an acrobatic catch and tag by Terrio, but the Marlins gambling.
I'm not so sure if there was something missed there. It's an odd time to have Nick Johnson take off. 3-2, obviously, yes. 2-2. A surprise to see him go.
Bonifacio slaps one into center field. That's a base hit. Let's take a look at Johnson and see if he was peeking as if a hit and run was on.
Yeah, but they're 2 strikes on Bonifacio. So you're not going to put the hit and run on with 2 strikes. Doesn't matter. Looked like he just went in a straight steal. Maybe he thought he was going to get a big jump and steal the bag, or maybe a sign was missed. Obviously, he's just learning all the new signs. But an odd time for him to go because he's not a base stealer.
Bonifacio has enough speed to be one, and he's at first with 2 outs. The Marlins have had 2 runners thrown out at third, and now a runner thrown out at second in a 1-run game.
You know, Coy Hill, the Cubs catcher, about 40% in throwing runners out. But it took a great play from his shortstop to get that tag on Nick Johnson, who did almost steal it.
Slider misses away to Cantu, who was lined out, flied out, and walked. Cubs now have a pair of pitchers that wear glasses on the mound. Kevin Gregg, their closer. Broke his bat, popped it up, and the inning is over. Baker makes the catch. Still a 1-run game. A short start by the Hopper. Brian Sanchez was marvelous. 3 1/3 innings of scoreless relief. Kiko Calero came in and he threw an inning of scoreless relief. And now the baton is passed to Ayala on a night where not only does the bullpen have to come in early, but there's a couple arms down there that the Marlins are trying to protect.
And Rich, also on a night where 35,811 have shown up.
Fish Friday on the 14th, Marlins and Rockies at 7:10. CBS 4 for $54 pack is available. You can play Billy Bingo as well, presented by our good friends at Sharp Business Systems. For your chance to win an authentic baseball autographed by Ricky Nolasco, 1-877-MARLINS, or visit marlins.com. Our good buddy Luis Gonzalez is watching tonight from Sharp Business Systems. A tip of the cap. Bradley, Soriano, and Baker. And Ayala slings one up there, gets a strike. It's 0-1. Milton Bradley has struck out twice and walked. The Cubs offense coming to life in the month of July, and you wonder if offensively, if the Cubs in mid to late July were in the same spot they were in May and early June, if they don't go out and try to get a Holiday or a bat much like the Cardinals did.
Yeah, sometimes the way you're playing changes your thinking. And in a way that can be good or it could be bad.
One-two from Ayala. Runs it away. Bradley fouls it back. The team that the Marlins are chasing in the East, the Phillies, are underway in San Francisco, and they're being shut out by Tim Lincecum. But Joe Blanton is holding the Giants at bay, and it's scoreless in the third.
And the team that the Cubs keep their eye on, the Cardinals, have defeated the Astros 3-1. That was a good matchup. Wandy Rodriguez has been pitching tremendously for Houston, and Chris Carpenter was the pitcher for the Cardinals.
Oh, and Matt Holliday hit 2 homers in that game. Breaking ball. Down goes Bradley.
You think the Cardinal fans have just absolutely fallen in love with Matt Holliday already? Oh, what a nice pitch on that outside corner. Little slider.
Of course, the Marlins are going to see Matt Holliday. Marlins are in St. Louis in September on Monday through Wednesday, the 14th through the 16th. Marlins also travel to Cincinnati to see the Reds, and then they'll pay a visit on everybody in the division: Washington, the Mets, the Braves, and the Phillies.
So we'll see Scott Rowland and the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, reading more about that trade, apparently Rowland requested to the Blue Jays that he be traded closer to home. As you noted last night, an Indiana guy.
Yeah, he was, of course, Indiana's such a great basketball state. They always have Mr. Basketball. He was Mr. Baseball in Indiana.
That's like being Mr. Basketball in this state, where football is king. High, high fly ball. Ross is tracking it, and Cody makes the catch. The other dynamic there is Walt Jocketty in Cincinnati, was in St. Louis.
So certainly knows Rowland's playing ability and his ability in the clubhouse. And certainly the Reds are a team in search of something. 12 games under 500.
Jam shot. Cantu.
That is first play.
And he throws it away. That's not a good sign. You know, he's probably been thinking about that ground ball.
That's the first ground ball all night.
For the past 5 days.
Yeah.
Ever since the Marlins told him 4 or 5 days ago to go over there and start taking ground balls.
They had too much time. He double tapped. He probably would be better off with a quick play where he doesn't have time to think and just react. He had, well, it's been going on 3 hours. Plus he got that ground ball in plenty of time and had time to think about it.
Well, let's see if Ayala can pitch around this. Coy Hill, Cubs catcher. Top 7, 1-run game.
How about the White Sox taking care of the Yankees? I believe that's 3 straight that they've beaten the Yankees.
Baker at second.
Yep, Luis Ayala trying to help out his fellow countrymen. A couple of guys from Mexico. And okay, Jorge, I'll try to pick you up and get this out.
Count stays at 1-2. The Cubs have had to double switch a couple of times. Remember, they have Jake Fox on their bench. He's their backup catcher. He was in the lineup in left field last night and hit a 2-run homer. Both managers have had to go to their bullpen early and often. Badenhop couldn't get through the second. Zambrano couldn't get into the fourth.
Right now, Lou a little better than Freddie is with his bench. Of course, Lou has an extra guy. Hoffpower and Fold are available. Fox.
One-two. Pop up. Cantu over, reaches and makes the catch. That has to feel good for Jorge. The throwing error doesn't cost the fish. Big sigh of relief. The Marlins go back to work. Down a run. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. This game has delivered a little bit of everything. Big start for the Cubs. Marlins have climbed back and are down a run. Bottom of the 7th. Angel Guzman is still out there. Dan Uggla, Jeremy Hermida, Cody Ross. scheduled for the fish. Ugla had a rip, had a slider. Couple walks. See, to me, that's not disco.
Yeah, it's like John Lennon.
That's Haight Ashbury. That's 60s, right? I mean, but I guess all are welcome on disco night. Ugla swings and misses. Now, admit it, you
lit that up in '97.
You had a pair of Angel Flight pants, right? And the big heels.
Yeah, I did.
And the
I hate to admit it, I did.
The leisure suit type sport coat.
Tie-dyed stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that's more disco there, right? Ugla went around.
Boy, after a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, then Guzman drops a slider, nasty one, and Dan just couldn't hold back.
Hermida, a 9-game hitting streak and a couple of hits. Both have driven in runs. He very easily could have 3 run-scoring hits and 4 RBIs had Derek Lee not sprawled and stopped that hard smash back in the first. One out in the 7th. Marlins have won 8 of 10 coming into this one. The Cubs 11-4 since the All-Star break. Now, I thought for a moment that was the masked Marmol. But we might see him later in the night.
Very well may be.
Ground ball, base hit. Hermida's got 3 hits tonight.
Boy, some good swings tonight by Jeremy Hermida. It's amazing when you think about it with the weeks leading up and days to the trading deadline. Jeremy Hermida's name was out there. I heard his name a lot. Sometimes it's that trade you can't make or you don't make, and all of a sudden Jeremy Hermida has had some nice games. So it's good to see him swing the bat that way. Now the Marlins just have to be careful on the bases. They've had a couple of base running situations that have hurt innings.
Come on, Cody. Come on, Cody.
2 runners thrown out at third base. Nick Johnson thrown out at second, trying to steal second. Ross, a little soft serve into right field, and it's going to fall for a base hit. Milton Bradley took a step, maybe 2 back on that ball. And that's why it falls in front of him.
Yeah, just enough off the end of the bat. Not all that hard, but enough that Hermida had to hold. He just wasn't sure. Bradley went back. If he doesn't go back, if he holds his ground, he might be able to make that catch. But Cody Ross with the base hit, chasing Hermida to second base.
Baker now. There's 1 out. Big tonight. A double to left, a double to right. It's outside, and it's 1-0.
And last time up for Bake, he was intentionally walked, and there's that man that Freddie has just tried to kind of manipulate, find the right spot for, and if it gets to that point, he has Wes Helms ready.
Boy, Baker and Helms, two guys that were huge last night. Baker takes outside. This was Baker in the 8th inning.
Yeah, remember, tie game at this point. And Baker was able to shoot that ball to the right side, put the Marlins up by a run.
Two and 0.
Make the best of it.
Two and 1. Toyota Trent, 9-game hit streak, new career high.
John Baker trending upward.
Hermida and Ross.
Hi, John. Make the best of it.
Marlins trying to come all the way back from 6-0. Baker trying to knock one in the seats.
John's a good low ball hitter. A little tougher on that one, especially when it has some extra on it. Guzman, we've seen at 91. We've seen at 96, 97, too.
Missed outside. Counts full, 3-2.
Be surprised if he comes with the slider. His best pitch has been his fastball. Been a cutter because 91's pretty hard for a slider, but that ball had some good movement. Cutter, slider, whatever it wasn't that 95 mile an hour fastball, and it was a good pitch because it was in a great spot.
So it's Wes Helms as the Marlins have to take their shots when they get them. This will leave Paulino as the only guy left on the bench. Helms last night had a great AB and delivered a big hit against the lefty Sean Marshall. As he told Craig after the ball game, he tries in situations like this not to get too aggressive.
Last night got himself in a good situation. Remember, bases were loaded, and he turned on that Sean Marshall pitch and ripped it off the wall. 2 RBIs, 12th pitch hit. Ross Glode, Wes Helms, Nate Shearholz, and Seth Smith, all with 12 pinch hits.
Little chopper towards third. And the inning is over. Ramirez throws him out. Marlins just can't get to that 6-run level, can they? Carlos Marmol is the leader in the clubhouse. Just as middle relievers keep their team in the game, you two can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color, which those gentlemen certainly don't need. Fish fans. Cantu now is the next, or rather Pinto is the next contestant out of the bullpen. And the Marlins are going to need an inning out of him at least. Terrio, Fukudome, and then the pitcher spot is due up. Line to right. Terrio's aboard. Bullpen has been outstanding. Brian Sanchez, 3 1/3 scoreless. Kiko Colero, an inning of scoreless relief. Luis Ayala, an inning of scoreless relief.
You mentioned, Rich, the pitcher spot after Fukudome, so Jake Fox, see him moving into the on-deck circle. Big guy who hit the 2-run homer last night off Chris Bolstein.
Fukudome fouls it off. By the way, that game is a final now in Pittsburgh, and I know the Nationals-Pirates game isn't on anybody's radar, but young Andrew McCutchen hit 3 home runs in that game.
Wow.
Had 4 hits in that game. Drove in 6 runs.
6 RBIs. Some nice performances around baseball tonight. Chris Carpenter had a complete game. That 3-1 win.
He almost homered for the cycle. He had a solo shot, a 2-run shot, and a 3-run shot. The 3-run shot was off of former Marlin Logan Kinzick. By the way, for the Nationals, Adam Dunn played first base in the absence of Nick Johnson. Looks like Elijah Dukes is up. He was in right. Lastings Milledge has been called up by the Pirates, and he drove in a couple runs in that game. So it used to be you could only do that over a bowl of Wheaties with the morning paper. Now you do it on your laptop when you check out box scores.
Or your iPhone.
Yeah, my partner has just gone nuts with all the baseball apps for his iPhone. At times I'll turn to look for a witty comment from him, and he's opened up some new baseball related app and is watching highlights from the Reds and the Dodgers in real time. Pretty soon we won't need a producer. Tommy will just call up the game summary on his iPhone. 1-2. Pinto strikes out Fukudome.
Good job, too, after Fukudome failed twice to try to move the runner with a sacrifice bunt. And eventually strikes out on a good Pinto fastball, so the runner, Terrio, remains at first base. Got to be careful with this guy first pitch. Jake Fox is a terrific first pitch fastball hitter, and we saw last night firsthand his power. So for Pinto, who has the good changeup, that would be a good first pitch to Fox.
You know,
that first pitch fastball, he jumped on it but fouled it back.
I know how you like to first guess and throw things out there.
Yeah.
Here's something to think about. Fox is the only other catcher that the Cubs have, and he's hitting in the pitcher spot. Does that force Piniella to put him in the outfield in some way to
kind of keep him in the game?
Keep him in the game?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it would depend how far down in the order. I don't think he would take Derek Lee or Ramos Ramirez out of the game. I think if it got down to Bradley, he could make a double switch when he brings in Marmol. He could do it that way. But if it doesn't get that far, we'll see what he does.
Fox out of the University of Michigan. And as Tommy documented last night, has essentially hit his way to the big leagues.
But again, you don't want to lose him and put him on base and walk him with Derek Lee and Ramos Ramirez due up.
Which means Pinto needs to throw a strike on 3-1. And he doesn't. And again, we stress this is a night where the Marlins were shorthanded for a lot of reasons. Number one, they had to start Bert Bateman, then removed a reliever. Number two, Brendan Donnelly and Dan Meyer have worked 3 consecutive games, so they're by design off limits. Now, if push came to shove, and the game were on the line, and they needed to squeeze an out or two out of either, maybe. And of course, Badenhop went just an inning and 2/3, and that started the whole snowball rolling downhill.
Yes, it did. Of course, Rainiel Pinto, one time part of the Cubs organization, came over with Sergio Mitre and Ricky Nolasco in that deal that sent Juan Pierre to Chicago.
Fly ball right field. Hermida. Terrio tags. He's at third. That trade, by the way, is a good example of how you always got to wait a couple of years just to see how things work out. Mitre, of course, at the start of that looked like maybe he was going to be the best guy out of that trade, and then Nolasco blew right by him.
And the Marlins out of that have gotten a very good starter in Ricky Nolasco and a lefty in the bullpen in Rainiel Pinto. And Sergio Mitre pitching for the Yankees now. Did not pitch well last night. Gave up 7 hits and 5 runs in 3 innings.
The Cubs got 1 year of Juan Pierre, albeit a 200-hit season, as we saw on the Aflac trivia question. Ramirez, dangerous hitter. Hanley's back out. Hopefully he's able to play tomorrow night. You know, at this point, you'd almost rather not groove one so you could face that guy.
Not that that's an easy assignment,
no.
Milton Bradley, but at least you'd be able to start over. Doing a changeup, 3-0.
come back with 2 strikes, and it's 3-2.
Your head's thinking in all kinds of directions as a hitter when you've gotten a 3-0 changeup and then a 3-1 fastball. But we have talked about Aramis Ramirez over his career as much of a run producer and power hitter that he's been. He's not been a high strikeout guy, so he's tough to strike out.
True to form, he fouls it back. Giants and Phillies are scoreless in the 5th. Joe Blanton's throwing a 1-hit shutout.
Tell you what, he's thrown some good games for the Phillies lately.
Yes, he has. Phillies have 6 hits, but no runs against Tim Lincecum. Here, the Marlins were down 6-0 and are within a run, but Pinto is in a jam. 3-2 coming. Change-up, strikeout. Down goes Ramirez. And the Marlins hang in there. Still a run back. Marlins gave up 6 quick runs, but from that point, a shorthanded bullpen has been spectacular.
Yeah, it sure has. Brian Sanchez with a career high 3 1/3 innings pitched, a career high 6 strikeouts during his time out there, made some terrific pitches and kept the Marlins in the ball club. Kiko Calero, a solid inning. He had 3 strikeouts in his inning of work. Luis Ayala came on and worked the 7th inning. Made a great pitch to get Milton Bradley right there. And Reynel Pinto, how about falling behind 3-0? It's Fukudome there. Fell behind 3-0 to Aramis Ramirez and struck him out on a 3-2 changeup.
And the Marlins now get another look at Carlos Marmol, who took a walk on the wild side in last night's ball game. He enters at the top of the order. Coghlan, Johnson, Bonifacio.
And as we saw last night when he came in the game, he walked the first 2 hitters he faced. He can get wild, but he has great stuff.
Marlins would get 3 runs last night in that inning. Turn a 2-2 game into a 5-2 win. All they need is a run here just to tie it. And Marmol has gone 3-1 on Coghlan. Then it's Johnson. Then it's Bonifacio.
Well, the 2 pitches, the last 2 that he missed with, were a slider.
Oh, he walked him.
Missed with the fastball.
He walked him.
This is where I think Chris Coghlan will benefit with Nick Johnson hitting behind him. you have a couple of guys. You have a young Nick Johnson in Chris Cogley, a guy who's very patient, can take the walk.
And you saw it with Heilman getting up. You wonder why it's Marmol first and not Heilman first, the way he's pitched against the Fish. Did it hit him? Yes, it did. It hit him. And so Johnson is aboard. Coughlin goes to second. Here is Bonifacio. This could not have worked out better for the Fish, because now you've got Bonifacio in an opportunity where he can lay one down.
And it also makes you think a little bit of Hanley were still in the game, too. You'd have Hanley Ramirez up here instead of Bonifacio. Not too pleased is Lou Piniella.
He's in a little bit of disbelief right now. Here's Bonifacio. It's ironic that on a night where Johnson replaces Bonifacio in the 2 spot, essentially because Bonifacio has struggled to get on base all year, Bonifacio comes in for Hanley, and he's gotten on base in his 2 at-bats.
And has had 2 really good at-bats.
Look at Piniella.
And the hat comes off.
Marmol drove him nuts last night, and he's in the process of doing it again tonight. That's low, and it's 2-0, and I wouldn't be surprised then. Here comes Rothschild. I don't know if Heilman is not ready yet, and maybe they're buying time, because Marmol certainly doesn't have it tonight. He didn't have it last night.
I'm amazed with the patience or lack thereof that Lou Piniella has. This is Marmol's 55th appearance. He hasn't had many 1, 2, 3 innings. Now he does have only 27 hits allowed.
Yeah, look at the
50 innings.
Look at the batting average.
50 innings, he struck out 58, and hitters are hitting 161.
Yeah.
However, he's walked 46.
He was tagged with all 3 runs last night. You got good speed with the lead runner, Coughlin at second. Johnson's the trail runner. Bonifacio squares and takes down low. It's 3-0.
Let me just say this. I don't know how this game's going to turn out. I have no idea about the outcome of this game, but the Chicago Cubs are not going to do a thing if they get to postseason and have Marmol in their bullpen.
That's a strike.
You get a guy like this in postseason under those conditions, and Lou Piniella is not going to have a whole lot of patience with it.
Well, the problem for the Cubs in the postseason is they never were able to get to Marmol last year. They couldn't score enough runs. Here's the 3-1. Bonifacio bunts it. It's a fair ball, and the throw goes to first. Some hesitation. There was nobody at third base. We saw that earlier in the ball game. Remember when Hill came up and was going to throw it to third, and Ramirez was about 10 feet from him? Watch this.
Well, I give the runners credit. Give Chris Coughlin credit at second base. He didn't wait to see if it was going to be foul. Look at Hill's ready to go, but look at Ramirez is all the way in. And so the second baseman comes over to cover Baker. And the Marlins get a break, but good base running there to anticipate, and got a good jump. This is a surprise. Now, if by walking Jorge Cantu intentionally, obviously it sets up a double play. But do you wonder if Lou Piniella will go to Heilman now because of the wildness of Marmol having him pitch with bases loaded?
I would bet on it. Ugla is 1 for 13 in his career against Heilman. And if we know that, Lou knows that. Here's talking about Heilman last night. He pitched a scoreless 7th. Well, I'll tell you what.
Boy, I tell you,
as Piniella walks back in the runway, it doesn't look like he's coming to get him.
this is a surprise, and this is a situation the Marlins have to take advantage of.
Uggla is 0 for 5 against Marmol. Uggla, they're loaded. Ball 1. Coghlan walked. Johnson was hit by the first pitch. Cantu was walked intentionally. That after the sacrifice punt by Bonifacio. Ball 2. Slider for a strike.
That's the last thing Dan Uggla's thinking about. Another one. He actually feels, I think, more confident now throwing his slider for strikes than his fastball.
And it's 2-2 with 1 out. It's a good pitch. Infield looks for 2. Uggla looks for contact. The 2-2. Struck him out. 2 down.
Boy, that's a slider that backed up is a good pitch to hit. 3 sliders in a row. He's seen them. You got to pull the trigger on that and try to foul it off. I know he thinks it was inside, close enough with 2 strikes and the fact that he'd seen 2 sliders previously.
So Marmol has newfound confidence.
Yep.
Hermide is at the plate with 3 consecutive hits.
And all of a sudden, the slider is clicked in for Carlos Marmol, and the Marlins, if they don't get ahead here, have let him off the hook.
0-2 now.
And if he gets out of it, Lou Piniella knows best.
Absolutely. You got a manager that oftentimes will manage with his gut rather than by the book or by the numbers. 0-2 coming. He got him. Marmol gets out of it.
Well, the Marlins right there just let a huge opportunity go by the wayside.
Marmol is great tonight. The enigma that is Carlos Marmol, and Tommy documented it perfectly. He's a guy that will walk people, he'll hit people, and then all of a sudden he will strike people out.
Yeah, and look out when he gets locked in. The key at bat was Dan Ugglas with 1 out, and just the fact that he saw all those sliders in a row, he couldn't pull the trigger on the last one. He thought it was inside, but close enough, and it was a called third strike.
Bradley takes a strike.
Well, everything Milton Bradley takes, he thinks is a ball.
0-1. Pinto gave up a single and a walk back in the 8th. Kevin Gray, former Marlin, Cubs closer.
And the complete opposite of a Marmol. Generally pretty good control. The splitter, the slider, the cutters, fastballs.
Marmol is a swing and miss guy. Kevin Gregg is generally a pitch to contact guy.
And I give Lou Piniella credit. He stayed steady. He had Heilman in the bullpen, and he stayed with Marmol.
Some big bats here, Bradley and Soriano. Broken bat into center field. Milton Bradley has a base hit.
2 innings in a row now off Pinto. The Cubs have gotten a leadoff man on. Well, the Marlins have stranded 13. The Cubs have left 10 on base.
Soriano 0 for 4. But a hot bat coming into the game. He got the night off last night.
Doesn't hit into a lot of double plays either. He hits a lot of fly balls. More of a fly ball guy.
Pinto's got 3-0 on it. Marlins saw a season worth of Soriano in the division in Washington.
That's a pretty good season for him, too. All he did was go 40-40.
And the impressive part was the 46 homers playing in that ballpark in D.C.
And that got him the gigantic contract with the Cubs.
8 years, $136 million. Line drive, Ogo makes the catch. And the Marlins dodge the proverbial bullet. Actually, they catch the bullet.
Yeah, and that was a bullet.
Number 28, second baseman, Jeff Baker. There's Jeff Baker now. If the Marlins bullpen can deliver this game to the bottom of the ninth at 6-5, it will be one of the all-time tag team matches of the year for this pen. Ground ball. Cantu throws it away. His second throwing error of the ball game.
Boy, and that was a possible double play because it was hit so sharply. Cantu picked it, but then threw it wide of second. Dan Uggla couldn't stay on the bag to make the catch, and Bradley gets to second base. Double play possibility, but no chance after that poor throw. It's a fielder's choice and an error.
Coy Hill steps up.
And I know it's going to take a little time, but it's going to be disturbing if Jorge's defense doesn't improve. It's going to take time.
Strike to Hill, 0-1. Marlins don't have a lot of that.
No.
As we've hit August, the Marlins 54-49. This is game number 104.
And the Cubs come into this game 54-47. But they've played a couple of games less.
Up, but back in the seats and out of play. You know, we were talking about the time-lapse camera on the new ballpark. It's too bad we don't have a time-lapse camera on Lou Piniella, because he would simply be a blur, back and forth, up and down. Talk to Trammy, go talk to Rothschild, top step of the dugout, go back in the runway, go get something to drink, huh? 1-2 pitch. Bradley broke his bat on a single to center. Baker hit a tailor-made double play ball that Cantu threw away. And Hill goes after dive bomber.
And nasty changeup. You realize there's only been one half inning in this game that's been a 1-2-3 inning. Brian Sanchez had a 1-2-3 fifth inning, retiring the Cubs in order. The Marlins have had base runners every inning.
Pinto misses high, and it's 1-0. Ryan Theriot singled in the 8th. Trying to left center field. That one is off the wall, and it's going to score a couple. Bradley scores. Theriot's in at third. Baker crosses. And the double play ball that Cantu threw away has morphed into 2 runs.
And the Cubs get that huge hit. They've been looking for one all night. The Marlins have had opportunities to get that big hit. And Theriot takes a high fastball deep to left center for a triple. Ryan Theriot's 4th triple of the year. And it couldn't have come at a better time for Lou Piniella.
Fukudome is up. It would figure on disco night that Ryan Theriot would have a 2-run double and 2 hits. Wasn't there a disco show with the Denny Terrio as the host?
Denny Terrio, yeah.
Dance Fever.
Dance Fever.
No relation. One, two.
Terrio's had a nice night. He didn't even start the game. Came into this game in a double switch.
Yeah. This has been a game where both managers have had to dig deep. Freddie a lot deeper simply because of the position he was in with his starter. Having to start essentially his middle reliever and then not get but an inning and 2/3 out of him, Badenhoff, and then having Hanley hit by a pitch and having to leave the game with a bruised knee.
This is probably going to eliminate Pinto from any activity tomorrow. His pitch count, he's thrown 43 pitches.
You got a lefty in Hoffpower coming up. This will be the last hitter that Pinto faces, you would expect. Ground ball, Ugla has it, flips to first, inning over. But some shoddy defense cost the Fish a couple runs. Kevin Gregg will try to protect a 3-run lead. At Geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. By Tobacco Free Florida. Tobacco Free Florida wants you to be tobacco free. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com. And by Dolphin Carpet and Tile, guaranteed lowest prices on quality flooring. (8-5). That man providing 2 runs of cushion for that man.
Yep, Kevin Gregg has converted 21 of 24 in the save department. 3rd straight 20 save season. And the thing we saw when Kevin was a Marlin, an assortment of pitches, not just a 1-pitch, a 2-pitch guy. Good breaking ball to start the inning here.
Ross takes outside. Cody is 1 for 4. Single back in the 7th. Drove in a run in the 5th. Greg, who scuffled at times last year with an injured knee, tried to pitch through the pain.
I know way back in, was it April or May, we were in Chicago when you and I talked to him, and that's what he talked about. He's healthy and came to spring training with a strong, healthy knee, and it's held up.
Off-season surgery. Circled out. Ross goes down. And up comes Fake.
Well, he tried a few sliders, and then he just spots a fastball. Freezes Cody outside corner.
Baker takes it on the corner.
A little difference than Carlos Marmol. And to think there was a time in spring training that they were debating who would be the closer, Kevin Gregg or Carlos Marmol.
Two. Fastball struck him out. Kevin Gregg.
He has that dart throwing motion, and the ball just sneaks in on you quickly.
It's the first time that Gregg has been on this mound since the left the Marlins. Paulino, last pinch hitter that the Marlins had. 0-1. Kevin's healthy. He can be very effective. Most respected members of the Marlins the last couple of seasons.
Yes, because everybody knew that at times he'd go out there when he wasn't 100%. Never complained.
Two and two on Paulino. Stays alive. Boy, tough one for the Marlins. They were down 6-0. They climbed back in the 5th to make it 6-5. Had numerous opportunities to tie it, couldn't. Had a defensive lapse in the top of the 9th, which cost the Fish 2 runs.
Yeah, a couple of throwing errors tonight by Jorge Cantu. One didn't hurt in the 8th, one in the 9th hurt.
Paulino pulls out one foul. Marlins live after the ball game. We'll update the wild card standings. Inside the Marlins, Josh Johnson debuts. Here tonight, Nick Johnson debuts. And the Marlins' new first baseman has an RBI double walked twice. Gets hit. Hanley got hit as well. Fastball. Paulino hits it high and deep to left. Soriano back. That ball is gone. The Marlins finally get that 6th run.
I'll tell you what, the other night when Freddie got Ronnie Paulino in there against Javier Vasquez, got a couple of base hits, had some good swings against the right-hander, and launches that pitch from Kevin Gregg. And Ronnie Paulino with home run number 5. There's the fastball. There it goes.
Now Coughlin. Chris seeing Kevin Gregg for the first time.
That, Rich, by the way, Ronnie Paulino's first career pinch hit home run.
Coughlin dumps one into left field. Now Nick Johnson comes up.
If it ends with the Cubs getting a win, the one thing, there are a couple of things Freddie can pull out of this game. The tremendous job the bullpen did, and the way the club has continued to press on. Yeah, they had a couple of opportunities a few innings ago, but they've not rolled over. They've continued to move forward, and he's got to like that.
As well, they've been able to get a look at the Cubs closer and do some damage against the Cubs closer, just in case they have to face him again tomorrow night. Nick Johnson sees a strike. 1-1.
A memorable game. First game for Nick Johnson.
Remember, the Marlins are essentially out of position players. Bonifacio is on deck. Splitter, it looked like, and hung for a strike. Trying to get the attention of Chris Coughlin at first because the Cubs are not holding him.
Yeah, I think he wants him to really extend his lead in case there's any kind of a play at second base.
I think he may want him to just run and take
just
second.
go.
Nick Johnson has worked the count full 3-2, and now Coughlin will be running.
By Nick Johnson's night, a walk, ground out, RBI double, a walk, and hit by a pitch.
Coming. Breaking ball, ground ball, base hit, right field. Coughlin on his way to third. Nick Johnson's got a couple hits, and the Marlins aren't done yet.
Again, I say it's unfortunate, even though Bonifacios has some good at-bats, this would be Hanley's spot in the lineup. Breaking ball up in the zone. Nick Johnson, second base hit, solid. Great to see. Good running by Chris Coughlin. He motors over to third base.
Bonifacio now. He's walked, he's singled, and he has a sacrifice bunt. And Greg throws ball 1. And they left after getting hit by a pitch by Carlos Zambrano in the 3rd inning. One and 0.
I think the fans here tonight are getting their money's worth. A great game, and there's more to come in the evening.
36,000 here. 1-1 coming. That's in, and it's 2-1. Cantu. That is low. It is ball 3.
Oh, and don't you think the man on deck would love a little chance to redeem himself?
Cantu waits. Bonifacio with a 3-1 count. Fouls it back. Count is full. Well, does Bonifacio have enough discipline if this is not in the strike zone to take it?
This is tough. This is tough even for the most patient of hitters.
Yes.
In this situation.
Johnson will move from first. Coughlin's at third. 3-2 coming. Fastball line to the center field. Hit pretty well. Back goes Fukudama. It's over his head. It's off the wall. Here comes Johnson. He's going to score. This game's tied. Bonifacio. Oh!
Hang on, folks. Hang on. What a night for Emilio Bonifacio.
On a night where he is essentially replaced in the starting lineup, Bonifacio has 2 hits, a walk, and he ties the game in Hanley's spot.
On a night, Rich, where he could have pouted because he's not in the lineup. He may be losing playing time. Yeah, Nick Johnson, this is Marlins baseball.
Now Cantu. Breaking ball is a strike. Kevin Gregg can bounce a splitter every now and then.
Oh, we used to see that every so often.
And Bonifacio's at third.
All coming with 2 out, Rich. Remember, Kevin Gregg struck out Cody Ross and John Baker to start the inning.
Ronnie Paulino homered to left. Singles by Coughlin and Nick Johnson. And then Emilio Bonifacio tripled. Pop up. Out of play.
Oh, wouldn't this be sweet for Jorge Cantu?
One-two coming.
Almost.
Winning run is 90 feet away. Fouled at the plate.
Wheels are turning in both managers' heads, too, in case this game continues into extra innings.
And one of those questions that both managers is asking themselves, who's going to pitch if this goes to extra innings? Nunez
getting ready for Freddie.
Lindstrom is available as well.
You thought he'd just seen the ghost of Barton.
Breaking ball, ground ball to third. Ramirez backing up. Marlins tie this baseball game, and we will go to the 10th. An unlikely hero tonight, Emilio Bonifacio. How about this? Got big hits. Emilio Bonifacio ties it with a triple. And a crowd of 36,000. Some in disbelief, some rejoicing, some are just exhausted from watching what has been a game filled with twists and turns. Nunez is in now, and he needs to throw strikes, because he's at the part of the order where you can't mess around.
And the Village people are going to have to back off their pregame routine.
Stand down. Oh, no. Oh, deep to left. That's gone. Derek Lee, 9-8.
Fourth hit tonight for Derek Lee. His third RBI. 2 singles, a double, and a go-ahead home run here in the 10th. Got a fastball right there.
Ramirez, Bradley, Soriano. Popped up. Johnson didn't see it originally. Ugla's there to help. Johnson stumbles. Ugla can't make the play.
I think there is actually a case of not playing together. A couple guys, a little miscommunication, a little indecision on both parts. Looked like Johnson, then Ugla, and then Dan just couldn't hang on.
The Marlins have made 3 errors tonight. That is not one of them.
They had a stretch of 8 consecutive games without an error. They made one last night to break that string.
Well, there's the frosting on the cake. Aaron Heilman. throws a changeup that hits Ramirez. Here comes Wiley.
Yeah, you're right. Changeup gets away. Looked like Ramirez tried to protect his side with the arm, and the ball caught him near the elbow.
Second time that Lindstrom has been up.
And I'm sure the design was perhaps to get Lindstrom in a game, you know, in an inning earlier, and not a game in this situation. Watch his elbow as he tries to kind of protect things. He drops the elbow down, and that's where he gets hit.
Here's Milton Bradley. Ramirez at first. Derek Lee has homered here in the 10th.
Remember, that hit batter came after the little miscue, the drop pop fly. Tough play, but an out was there for the taking.
Bradley punts. Johnson will pick it up. Tag him out. And Ramirez is showing Bonifacio his battle scar.
Number 12,
Soriano now. The Marlins, if they can get Soriano and then Baker behind him,
he's not going to get a chance. You got Baker and then Hill, two guys you'd rather pitch to than Soriano, even though he's not gotten a hit tonight. 0 for 5, but it looks like the Marlins are going to put him on.
There's Baker.
Number 28, second baseman, Jeff Baker.
So first and second. Ramirez is called timeout, and he's walking towards the dugout.
I think that elbow's. There's only one more man that Lou Piniella has left is an outfielder, Sam Full.
I mean, you've got to, as much as it hurts, he can still run. But if he can't play defense, they may have to replace him anyways.
Almost acting like he's dizzy, pointing to his eyes.
Piniella's looking like, I've seen it all now.
Talking to his third base coach, Mike Quaddy. Saying, what are we supposed to do? So that's going to be all for Aramis Ramirez. He could use a pitcher here to run, but
Let's hope that he's all right.
Right now, Lou's trying to find a runner. And as I mentioned, the only player he has left, position player, is Sam Full, outfield.
Let's see who Piniella sends out to run.
Is Full. I think this would have a greater meaning if it were tied. The game were tied. The Cubs have taken the lead, but it'll kind of change things around in their infield. See what Lou has up his sleeve when the Cubs have to take the field defensively. So ever more so important to try to shut them down.
They could bring Soriano into the infield. He played the infield.
Play second base, put Fold in the outfield.
Soriano was a second baseman coming up. Chopper foul.
You end up moving Baker over to third. Put Soriano at second, Fold in left.
Well, Baker's at bat was a big one in the 9th inning. At that point, it was a 1-run Cub lead. Baker hit a hard smash at the feet of Cantu. His feed to Uggla to start the double play was wide of the bag. It pulled Uggla off the base. It was Cantu's second throwing error of the night. And of course, Ryan Theriot would make it hurt with a 2-run double. The Cubs would have an 8-5 lead, and it looked like the Village people were going to come on and sing. Kevin Gregg was on the mound. He had 2 outs and nobody on. And then the Marlins got a home run from Ronnie Paulino with
2 outs.
Singles from Chris Coughlin and Nick Johnson. And then Emilio Bonifacio with a 2-run triple tied it. Derek Lee has untied it here in the inning with a home run to left field. That was off of Leo Nunez.
He can't sit down.
He can't. Foul back. Remember, too, the Cubs have used their backup catcher. The Marlins have used their backup catcher. Still 0-2.
And just in case you're thinking of hanging around for the bottom half of the inning, Dan Uggla, Jeremy Hermida, and Cody Ross are due up.
Of course, Aaron Heilman, noted Marlin killer, is getting ready in the bullpen. High drive, well hit. Ross over there and makes the catch. That ball was smoked.
Cody Ross had him played perfectly. Had to drift into right center a little bit.
0 for 5 is Hill. Nunez gets a strike. They're back at it tomorrow night, these two teams are. Marlins and Cubs. 5:05 start. Dempster, Nolasco.
Kind of nice that it's a 5:05 start tomorrow.
Ground ball, it's a fair ball. Johnson knocks it down, picks it up, flips the Nunez, who steps on the bag, and the out is recorded. D. Lee comes back to haunt the old club. In the top of the 10th, and in the bottom of the 10th, the Cubs will use their secret weapon, and that is Aaron Heilman, who as a Met absolutely baffled the Fish.
You know, the amazing thing, if you just look at his season numbers, but also his career numbers against the Marlins. Career numbers against the Marlins, he's 4-7. And has a 4.20 ERA.
I know.
So there have been times where they've hit him. Yeah, and you saw the numbers this year. He has had times where he's gotten wild, 30 walks.
But the guys that have hit him don't play for the Marlins anymore. Because you look up and down the matchups. Ugla skies the first pitch foul and out of play. You look at up and down the Marlins current against Heilman, and I don't think any Marlin has more than one hit in their career against Heilman. Ugla 1 for 14.
0 for 3 tonight. He's walked a couple of times, but 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
There's the career, actually 1 for 13. 8 strikeouts. Look at Hermida. Look at Ross.
So just 1 hit amongst the 3.
1 for 31.
Wow.
For this trio. But as nutty as this night has been, you never know.
This has been an epic night.
There's that soft downing changeup.
Look it over, Dan. Have a good.
That one is just out of reach. Along with Heilman, remember the Cubs had to make a change, and it is Soriano at second base.
And it is Sam Fold in left field.
Baker is over at third.
So kind of the way we thought. And there's Fold in left.
Another changeup. Uggla hanging in there.
Now Freddie's pacing a little bit.
Check swing. Did not go.
He didn't, but every once in a while you do see that. And that's why you worry a little bit about on that check swing call.
Uggla has battled all the way to 3-2 now. Heilman has featured changeups and breaking balls to Uggs. Fastball chopper. Uggla slipped. Baker's throw was in time. I don't think the slip cost him. He recovered quickly.
Yeah, they saw a fastball, but it was 3-2. You have to keep yourself alive for the changeup just in case. And then had a little trouble with his footing out of the box. But you're right. I think the out would have been recorded anyway.
Well, look at this. Look at this. They're going to switch positions. Piniella is a very resourceful manager.
Yeah.
He's the...
Well, he figures there's more of a chance of Jeremy Hermida pulling the ball to second than hitting it to third. So he's going to get his utility guy, Baker, at second base, and he gets Soriano over to third.
There have been times in Pinella's career where he has brought a pitcher in and taken a pitcher on the mound and put him in the outfield so that he could use him on the next hitter. I think he did that this year, and I know he did it a couple of times when he was in Seattle. Like if he had a lefty-righty lefty matchup, he'd let the left-hander get the first out, then stick him in left, bring the righty in, let the righty get that out, and then bring the lefty in from the outfield to get the next out.
One of the earlier managers back in the 60s used to do that a lot. Gene Mauch was very resourceful with his lineups of the Phillies, of the Expos, of the Angels.
One of the turning points in this ball game for the Marlins is back in the 8th inning. It was a one-run game. Fish had the bases loaded and 1 out. Carlos Marmol was all over the place. He was 2-0 on Uggla, and then threw 3 sliders for strikes. Uggla didn't swing at any of them. Then struck Hermida out on a slider in the dirt.
It's been a rough night for Dan Uggla tonight. He'll bounce back. He has a great attitude about this game. Good games, bad games. Keeps an even keel.
2-2. 3 hits for Hermida, 9-game hit streak. Heilman strikes out Hermida.
And faces another hitter that's never gotten a hit off of him, Cody Ross.
0 for 10 is Ross. So now 1 for 33 are these collective 3 against Heilman.
And the switch continues. Baker back to third, Soriano back to second. One of these days, just in watching this pattern, the guys who've not hit Heilman are going to have to start jumping on the first pitch fastball. All 3 of them, he started with a first pitch fastball strike. Then he starts going with the slider and changeup after that. So it takes a couple of times to do that. You're not going to always get it. But if you jump on it one time, maybe the next time around it's going to change. That's how you have to change a pitcher's pattern.
I know this has been a weird night, but just to take it a step further, if Ross should reach and Baker should reach, the Marlins are out of hitters. They would have to pluck their best hitting pitcher off the bench, and it probably would be Josh Johnson. Obviously, the Marlins would love to get to that point, but that's just a thought. Three and one. Let's see if Cody gets a fastball, something he can drive. Yes, he got it, and he missed it. Terrio makes the catch, and the Cubs win a wild one here in South Florida. Lou Piniella paced and paced. Derek Lee with a big home run. A rough night for Cantu with a couple of throwing errors. A tough one to lose, certainly. Down 6-0. To draw within 1, then down